Good morning to you. Hey guys. So we are doing another illustration session today. Let me go ahead and get some music going for you. Good evening to you. It's morning where I am, but good evening to you regardless. Let's see. Here we'll use Lo-Fi Girl again.
It's the Planet Fitness Strong Choice Sale.
After the apps. What's going on? What's going on, Goji? Come on, buddy. Okay. I'll let this ad play. I don't have YouTube Premium, so I just let it run. So, what are we doing today? So yesterday I was trying to tackle drawing Jennifer Walters, just in her normal form, kind of like how I drew her in the cartoon. I did change up her look a little bit by changing up her hair color. I wanted to stick more to her original color scheme from the comics and from the cartoon. But no matter what I drew yesterday, it just was really sucking, and I couldn't get it together. So I called it quits yesterday, and I'm gonna try again today. All right, what's going on? Let me just say hi to everybody. Hey, Johnny, Nando, hello, Adamiku, hello there. Herman, I already said good morning to you, good evening. Goji, hi, how you doing, man? Sag, yo, what up, man? Sage, yo. Y1Z, sup? Mario, hello. All right, guys. So what I'm gonna do differently than I did yesterday was I'm gonna start off with reference right off the bat. So one thing I knew for sure when I was drawing out Jen's drawing was I liked how I originally sketched out her face. I tried sketching out her face multiple times afterwards, but I always kept coming back to this one. There's something about it that works for me, so I don't want to abandon it. Luckily, I found a reference that more or less matches the perspective that I had going on for her face. Her posture in my silhouette from yesterday, I dumbed it down a lot, but it's somewhat similar. I need to adjust her proportions, and I probably need to seriously, um, shrink down her legs. She is really packing down there. I probably want to, shrink that down a tad. But we'll burn that bridge when we get there. So what I'm gonna do for now is let you guys in on something. So basically, I'm putting out a video where, like, her image here will coincide with the image that I drew here, like, her two different forms. I'm putting out a video that will, like, have my track that I use for my cartoons, kind of like playing that people can utilize for their own stuff. But I have these two images kind of like there on screen, kind of like, shrinking and growing like very subtly with some particle effects and all that. So I'm putting that out here pretty soon once I'm done with this picture. But after that, I am pretty much moving on to my next cartoon. And what my next cartoon is going to be is this. I'm actually going to animate this. I'm going to animate, Jen walking on screen, from like a low down position, kind of like coming up in space. She's going to be all like blurry and stuff, and like step up and like look down at us. What, is there a problem with that, Sage? Well, that's what I'm gonna do. It's what I want to do, and it sounds exciting. All right. Yeah, sorry if you guys want to see more. What was I gonna say? I swear to God, I was on a thought just now. Sorry if I wasn't going on more like a transformation type thing. I'm not there yet. I don't wanna go back to doing those. I want to utilize this cartoon to give her an opportunity for acting. So I want to make her facial expressions a little more detailed. I obviously want to keep the physical. I want to keep her musculature that she had going on there. But mostly it's going to be the perspective. So yeah, in case you're joining up late. Oh hey Scud, what's going on, Tango? How you doing, guys? But yeah, this is going to be the new cartoon. We're going to be utilizing a lot of perspective, a lot of anatomy, and we're going to be focusing a lot on her face. So once I start that up, I'll be sure to start streaming it, and you guys can observe the process from the start. But for now, I'm gonna focus on my task for the day. So I'm gonna use this drawing over here as reference and draw Jenna pose that I won't hopefully despise. So what I'm gonna start doing then is I'm gonna start blocking it in. And just to kind of have this, I'll kind of have this on screen nearby just to have reference to her her changed form later. I'm gonna put it behind the reference actually, just to make sure her face more or less stays on model. All right, so let's start drawing. Okay, so I'm gonna start by blocking in her features here. I might not be talking as I do it. I'm more or less measuring out the proportions and the relationships of the features on her body. So far, let's see, Scud. Nice, man. Be sure to show us once you get it. Johnny. Well, actually, I'll start off with Lovely Maury. Thank you, Lovely Maury. I appreciate you dropping in and saying hi. And check in for more stuff later. We're actually about to start up a new project here pretty soon. And all right, so then Johnny, the mods I have for this room are gonna be so far there's Sag, there's Scud, and there's Tiger 1. I haven't actually had any need for them since that one incident. Okay. So I'm hoping that this doesn't result in failure, this sketch, but The main thing when you're drawing is just trust the process. Yesterday I was really getting in my own head and I could not pull it together when I was trying to draw her. I was kind of getting stuck in bad muscle memory habits, thinking that I could pull together something that had a very crappy foundation. And sometimes the best thing to do is just to admit it's a wash, man. These things happen to the best of us. Um, yeah, if you were here for that, you guys remember the big trolling war of last month. We just had some dude who was coming in and just causing problems in the chat. Okay. So I have the reference at a more or less the same size next to it, so I can kind of like quickly reference it for proportions. Tiger's around. Like I still have him on Discord. He'll probably drop in here at any point. He's still modding. Got a lot of folks on Discord actually. So I'm gonna get a little looser with the blocking in. I don't know why I'm being so exacting with it. So he was kind of going through some stuff there for a bit, but he's gotten better, and I think that's all kind of in the past now. Well, are you interested in modding? I'm just being kind of loosey-goosey with the lines right now, so that way I don't go too committed to anything. Okay. I don't have an exact number of mods, Johnny. I could have more than 3. If you want to be a mod, just ask. You've been here enough. I trust you. Hang on. So I gotta correct something here. Yeah, it's no sweat, man. If you want to be a mod, just all you gotta do is ask. Well, you gotta ask and be a regular, but you are a regular. Okay. So one part I really struggled with yesterday was Jennifer's hands when it came to clutching her glasses. So thankfully I have reference for that. Yeah, dude, if you want to be a mod, just say so. Okay, so right now I'm just kind of drawing the negative space from where her fingers are. I'm gonna be a little symmetrical in some places with her hand. I don't know why I'm drawing so small too. Let me see. So yeah, I'll come back and I'll alter these later. I need to get her gloved fingers in there. And give her a little bit of curvature for the outside of her fist there. Somewhere. What the hell were the name of these 2 sections of the hands? I keep forgetting. If you want to be a mod, Johnny, I could easily make you one. There's no real responsibility to it. It's just, if you notice things kind of going south in the chat, you have the ability to do something. So it's not like a, report for duty at 06. We have a meeting every second Tuesday of the month sort of thing. It's pretty informal. Hold on, fellas. I gotta drink my caffeine. So based on the hand, I actually kind of like it already a lot more than anything I drew over the course of yesterday. Like yesterday was a nightmare. Like I was trying so hard to just make something that was never gonna work, and I blew like 6 hours, like for just one drawing. That's ridiculous. But that's because I was being stubborn. So the best thing to do at times like that is just call it quits, dude. You lost. Get over it. All right, so here's where her breast coming. So the good thing about this reference is it has almost exactly the clothing that I actually did give her, um, and it has a lot of the wrinkle action here that I otherwise would have to imagine or look for the reference for. So I can study that and actually draw her suit properly. So one thing I need to kind of keep in mind here is that I don't want Jen's lats to be at all sizable when she's in a human form. So I need to shrink that a lot. I want her to be kind of mousy. Biggest. Oh, hey, Declan, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Um, bug biggest bunga. Yeah, it is cool. Um, yeah, yeah, I got over 100. That not all of them are paid, but they're following my stuff, and it's not there yet. But I am slowly and surely getting the Patreon where I am wanting it to be. What I want to do first with it is I want to hire screw it. I want to hire a no shit sound designer, someone who does that for a living, and so then they can really make the sound like shine for my next cartoon. Oh, Declan, I didn't tell you. I actually have my next cartoon planned out. It's gonna be. You've seen this picture already, I'm sure. I'm gonna animate this. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have like an out of focus, like Jen, like walk into frame in perspective, with all of this anatomy going on, and then she's gonna be kind of looking down at us, right? And then she's gonna utter her line where it's like, hey, it's okay if you stay down, old man. I won't tell Bruce. Um, I'm gonna have her. Deliver that in acting. I need to have her face be all cocky too, like when she like looks down and says like, it's okay if you stay down. She's gonna like tilt her head up and like squint her eyes and smirk a little more, and then she'll like deliver her teasing line. So that's the plan for the next cartoon. Once I get done with this, I'm gonna go ahead and get that started. All right, enough chit chat. I need to get to work. Let's see. So, sorry, fellas. You're not distracting. I get carried away, and I need to focus. All right. So actually, age for like that. So yeah, Jen is she's not like a bodybuilder type whatsoever. She is super mousy and kind of a weakling. Not like scrawny. She's not really the gym going type at this point. I actually have a bit of headcanon for her where she was actually a gymnast when she was in school. like middle school and high school and stuff, but at some point she just kind of gave it up. The main reason I wanted to throw in the gymnast thing was because I really want to mix that in with her fighting style. So when I start animating when I get to the point where I start animating Jennifer actually fighting people, there's gonna be a lot of use of gymnast type moves. I want her to be using her legs a lot. So I figured we need to give her a skill that would suit it, and since she's not like a fighter, I figured her being a gymnast would help sell it. Psycho Mammoth, care to elaborate? You say you missed this one? I'm gonna get a new window open so I can actually have this have two different windows open so I can not have my left arm block the reference. So I'm gonna go ahead and drag this to another window where I'll always have the reference right there. Hello, Naylan. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, Scud. Like stuff like that. You know what I mean? There's really a lot you can do, and since like this version of Jen is basically all legs, we have to I really want to see stuff. I want to see her do stuff like that because that'd be pretty freaking cool, actually. All right. So I might need to adjust her head. Her head's crooked. So let me do this. Maybe not quite so. That's one of the good things about drawing digitals. I don't have to erase everything and start from scratch. Okay. So let me, I'm going to draw it from this angle and see if there's anything I can't fix. Okay, so the neck is not quite where it's supposed to be there, so it needs to come down more like that. There we go. So then, all right, I'm already seeing that I've made some mistakes looking at it from the other side. So let's correct them. Her collar is going to need to be a little higher, so somewhere around like there. Yeah. Just so you guys are aware, the one who Jen is actually talking to, who I drew this picture specifically, like it's a specific story instance. She's actually talking to Logan. So this is kind of at the point in the headcanon that I've made where like this is after like Jen first gets her powers and all that. She's kind of like in her training day phase. She's sparring with Logan. So remember in Hercules when when Hercules was doing his whole training montage and eventually like if it finishes and all that and Hercules is all like let's go to Thebes and all that. That's kind of the point in the story where like Jen's kind of like mastered her new abilities and stuff. She's kind of like more comfortable walking around. She's starting to get a little cocky. So hang on, let me block this in before I start getting carried away here. Drawing on design, Nilan. I'm not quite sure what that means. So I'm not really exactly copying the reference. I'm using it as a springboard, but I am relying on it quite a lot for her clothes. So let me, I'm getting too carried away on the insides right now. I gotta block her out first. So none of this will matter if the rest of the body isn't drawn right. So let me go ahead and keep working on that. So boom. So I don't want Jen's backside to be too pronounced. What's going on, Jen? You can already see that this is kind of where the this is where one of the planes is going to separate. Digital drawing is it's weird to you. I personally love it. But that also came with learning how to draw physically, so it's not like this is the only kind of drawing I do. I'm gonna drop this. You guys already know the spiel. I'm trying to get my Patreon to a point where I can hire people, and I'm getting pretty close to where I can use it to hire somebody. But if you feel like donating like maybe $1 a month to help out with that, you get access to like the early access to work in progresses and stuff like that. Early views of like all the pictures that I draw. Right now I'm not offering too much in terms of like more benefits than just that. So that's why like if it's only like $1, like you get the gist. It helps out. But I definitely have ideas for how to support those who support me. The main benefit is if you donate to the highest tier, you actually get to be in the cartoon. I forget who it was who suggested that, but I thought that was brilliant. Okay. So... Okay, I want to get a little looser here. So it's okay if her blouse comes out. Yes, you did, Scott. I appreciate that. I'm using it all the time now, and I have not had any problems. I have not had any problems since. So thank you again for that. I almost forgot that even was a problem, thanks to you. Okay. So I'm gonna keep going. So I'm trying not to get lost in the details here, because that's kind of what screwed me yesterday. So kind of getting it all blocked in bit by bit. So one trick that a lot of artists use is drawing in the negative space. So I'm kind of getting where her arm needs to be, and her like hand's gonna be down here somewhere. But to make sure I'm not too off model, I'm gonna actually draw the space between her body and her arm. So it forms almost like a knife's edge. It's the perspective, honestly, abundant anatomy. I'm actually reducing her, I'm actually reducing it a little bit. So she's actually a little bit thinner in this one. I'm trying not to go too overboard on her physical form in this one. So negative space is the space between objects. So in art, let me provide an example. So the image that I'm drawing is this lawyer, right? when I'm drawing, like here's her arms, say, and here's her like body and shirt and pockets and wrinkles and yada yada yada, right? All of this drawing right here, right? The space between it, so all of this right here, this thing that looks like a knife, all the space on the outside of the contours, that's negative space. It's a useful thing to keep an eye out for when you're drawing, because sometimes you can catch proportion mistakes when you look out for that, and will actually help you construct shapes better. Okay, so let me go ahead. It's actually so. I feel like I've messed something up. Okay, I'm probably gonna need to let me go ahead and start over again. Not start all the way over, but I feel like I was on a good track up until around here. So let's do it again. So I can't get caught up on the details. That's what screwed me yesterday. So let's do this again. All right. I actually did a silhouette yesterday as well. I thought it would help me, and it actually didn't. It's a great tool though, and I'll definitely be using that once I'm getting to the latter portions of this. Hey, Tiger, and I'm glad to know you're not dead. Yeah, it's a common problem. You're not alone. You've watched me just fall into the same pitfall. You gotta focus on the overall thing here. Don't get lost in the details just yet. Jam, I believe how it works with Patreon, at least whenever I pay for it for other people, is you pay for it, you buy into a tier, right? And you pay into that tier once a month. You pay an initial fee, like when you first buy in. So like let's say you bought like the $1 tier, you pay $1 for that month. If you cancel like immediately, you're probably not gonna get that dollar back, because you already bought into it. But you won't be paying for you won't pay for any more after that. So you can cancel at any point. It's actually pretty easy as well. So. It's a really nice system, honestly, because sometimes you can pay for it 1 month and then some months you can't. It happens. I've had to cancel subscriptions in that sense. But yeah, if you wanna go for it, and just do a one-time thing, you could totally do that. All right, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna draw on her arms. So so arms. I don't want to have her arms go that low, but we definitely have a little bit of this going on. Oh yeah, Scud. I forgot. Yeah, you paint minis. That's gotta be rewarding work. Okay. So okay, there's something I was messing up. So one thing I just noticed was this pattern right here. So when her sleeve comes up, it actually reaches a tension point and comes across to her chest. I was ignoring that. So let me go ahead and make an indicator for that on my drawing. And I'm going to try to examine where that is. So if I'm looking at it, the intersection point, it's kind of halfway between her shoulder, which would mean I wanted it on halfway between Jen's shoulder, because I shrank your shoulders a little bit, and have it right around here, which would mean her upper arm comes almost straight up, like so. And so in her tension point, the tension point is where an object underneath fabric presses against it. There's no wrinkles, but other wrinkles will go to it, right? You know what? That was a bad description of tension points. Tension points are where, you know, it's a point of tension for the fabric. It's where stretching occurs. So my tension point right here would be her armpit. And it comes to this area where her chest kind of comes into it. Yeah, see, like it's yeah, that's acceptable. All right. If I'm being honest, when I was a little shaken in my skills yesterday, guys, because I was really just sucking. It was not good. But I'm kind of glad that I'm not totally making an ass of myself in front of you guys here. It's actually not coming along too bad. All right, so I'm gonna do the same thing I did with the arm negative space. I'm gonna do it with her shoulder. All right, so let's look at the shape that her arm makes. Okay, so I'm already noticing that we have some problems. So quick point. Drawing is as much imagination as it is observation. All right. So that's why having reference is extremely important. Because I have a pretty bad memory sometimes, and sometimes I can draw from memory, and sometimes I cannot. But when it comes to like clothing and proportions, I still mess that up quite often. So having something to reference is extremely helpful. If I didn't have this reference, I wouldn't have noticed something. All right. Jen's arm is riding way too high. All right. I've actually got to bring it down a little lower. And the reason that I noticed this was because of the negative space. So here's the negative space that I'm talking about. And I have the same negative space here. It's like an arrowhead. Tiger. No, she doesn't, man. I'm gonna draw her with no gloves here. So the basic shape for her negative space is this sort of elongated pentagon. So one thing I'm noticing is that her hand is a little small. So one of the good things about digital is you can make quick changes on the fly. Not a very good hand drawing right now, but it's more of a placeholder. All right. So let's go ahead and draw in that. Let's go ahead and draw in that negative space after I correctly place her arm. So it's going to ride down her shoulder. Kind of like this. There we go. So coming down from her chin. So this is around where I imagine her elbow would be. So then what I'm doing is I'm looking at the reference and I'm looking for relationships between the different parts of her body, right? So her collar here is actually more or less lined up with her bicep. So I'm going to go ahead and do that over here. I'm going to go ahead and make that come down just like that. Cool. Jam, I'm not on my phone right now, but are you saying you donated to my Patreon? 'Cause if you did, thank you so much, man. I'm glad to have been your first. If you want to cancel at any point, like I said, doing so is actually pretty straightforward. All you got to do is, well, cancel it. But there's nothing to it. You just go through and you just go through there and you cancel your subscription. There's no hassle. There's no like cancellation fees, nothing like that. Okay, so I'm not liking this. I might have to make some changes. So I'm gonna have to actually make changes to her arm because like if I follow exactly the reference, it's not gonna work. So in a little bit, I'm probably gonna take a break. So you know what? Let me go back to where it was before. Because, okay. Da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Okay. Okay. Okay, there we go. Better. Might have to make some small adjustments over here, but overall that's okay. I think I might actually have to raise this up a tad just because I'm looking at it and I think it would. Yeah, there we go. Sweet. I'm gonna get rid of that because it does stick out a little bit too far. Which would mean this needs to rise up a little bit. There we go. So then we got her chest. Okay, cool. Jam, what currency are you on? Are you from god dang oh damn. Trinidad? Alright, hang on, I gotta make some changes to this here. So Jen's, let me take another look at her shoulder here. Oh shoot, I just did the whole thing. Alright, yeah, I don't want to get rid of the whole thing. Okay. So I've actually got to look at proportion mistakes. So da 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 da. Let me try something. So this is a pretty common trick as well. How many head lengths is that bicep? So it's about one head length. So I'm going to do the same thing. So from the edge of her chest, from the edge of her chest to her elbow should be about this. Okay, so it's about right. So why is something about that still off? I think it's because she's not her shoulder. But yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's so boom. Let me get rid of, oh shoot. Let me get rid of these. Figure out what's happening. Thank you very much, Smith, and welcome to the stream, by the way. Okay, so her collar would come out kind of like that. Okay. So then her shoulder actually would come out to around here. Which means that her entire body here is actually off target. So let me do this. Let me see if that makes a difference. Okay. Now I just need to take another look at her chest area. All right, so it almost rides straight down across like that. And actually her chest comes down and meets the abdomen right around here. Declan, that's actually not a bad idea. That's actually a really good idea. Thank you for that. All right. I think I fixed the issue. Her entire other like her shoulder facing away from the camera was just not where it was supposed to be. So luckily it was luckily I think we fixed it. There we go. Yeah. So then all of this would be in shadow and yada yada yada. So let's keep going. Oh, actually I'm gonna take a break. Before I start getting a little restless. But before I do that, let me just do one more thing. I want to put in her little collar there. Just the basic shapes of it. Yada yada yada. So then boom. So her chest opening for her jacket would actually come more like this. So then it kind of hugs her chest like that. Comes in and sort of J-hooks around. Okay. Cool. All right. Cool. All right, I'm gonna take a small break, guys. I'll be back in like 5 minutes. I don't want to like overwork myself and get restless and start making mistakes again. So I will be back in a minute, guys. But Here's a kind of little, here's kind of her after transformation picture if you wanted to see that. I'll keep that over here just in case. I'm probably gonna need to raise that arm. Let me just, you know what? I'll worry about that when I get back. All right. I'll be right back, fellas. All right. Best thing you can do for yourself is take breaks. You don't get stuck in your own head so easy. Okay. Let's go ahead and put that away. Get our reference back. I'll get rid of all those, you know what, I'll keep those guides on there. Why not? Alright, so I'm going to look at the relationship of her arm with her chest. And it kind of comes down diagonal like that. Okay, so the top of her shoulder would match up with the top of where her chest meets her torso. So kind of like for some reason I kind of want this. I want this arm to be longer. Let me just see how that would look if I change that. Yeah, that's okay. Alright, Tiger. Have a good day, man. Thanks for dropping by. Okay, so... there we go. That's better. So this would come in more at a point. And kind of right up. Straight across, almost lined up with her mouth. So then this kind of comes up like that. So, yep. Okay, there we go. Yeah, that's a lot better. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and keep going. I'm going to try to establish the relationship between her elbows here. So I've got that elbow. So I'm looking at the reference here, so it's kind of like that elbow and that elbow. And as I look at it, it kind of more or less crosses around the intersection of where her chest meets her arm. Which is where things can go wrong if I don't do this right. So let's hopefully things kind of line up. So boom, boom. Now let's make sure that it lines up. Like this is a big part of drawing is establishing relations between things. Proportions is like everything. So in the sketch phase, it can be a little slow just because of all the measurements you got to do. Okay, that's acceptable. So I need to see where her waist lines up, and it's kind of with the back of her head. But since this is a cartoon, it's more stylized, I have it kind of going in a little further, maybe a little too far. So I'll kind of bring it in like right around. In a way, drawing is a lot like sculpting. Okay. So yeah, I'm trying to feel out kind of what's happening at different sections. So this kind of comes down. This kind of rides that line that links the elbows. There we go. Oh, hey, Vapor. What's going on, man? We're just doing some drawing today, which is what I tend to do most days. Okay. So I won't get too caught up in her chest area. I'm not there yet. A lot of that's going to come down to values. So yeah, I'm going to get rid of... you know what? let me go ahead and actually put these back where I kind of established them on the reference. Cool. Not today. I'm trying to finish. I'm trying to finish this project first. Once I do though, I do have my next animation already kind of going. I told everybody else already, but I think you might have seen it on Oh wait, yeah, no wait, you're not on my Patreon. I'm animating this. I'm animating this drawing that I made a few days ago. You've probably seen it on like Twitter or something. But I'm gonna have this drawing here. I'm gonna try my best to keep the proportions as I drew them here because it suggests perspective. I'm gonna have her like walk on screen and like look down at the viewer or just past us, and she'll utter her line from the drawing where she's like it's okay if you stay down, old man. I won't tell Bruce. So I'm gonna have her say that. I'm gonna have her do like a bunch of acting with it. So stand by for the next like week or so. You'll be getting animations soon enough. Let me go ahead and get all these layers together so I don't get lost in them. Okay, cool. So I'm gonna keep her head where it is. All right, sweet. So let's keep going. All right. Thank you very much, Adele. Okay, so now we're getting down to the part that kind of screwed me yesterday. So let's get the basic stuff in there. So there's the line for her jacket. So just past her elbow, kind of like down there, is where her jacket would meet her hips. Her hips themselves aren't very wide compared to what I usually draw her like. I'll keep it simple for now. So let's try to see what's going on with this other side. So as I'm looking at it, it kind of flows from the top of her abs where it meets her chest, and then flows down off screen, almost like a very soft S. So I'm gonna go ahead and make that same pattern. Because the trap that we can fall into is trying to draw stuff over the body like clothes, but we tend to ignore the actual body beneath the clothes. And as a result, things can get lost, and then the drawing won't look good. Okay, so something isn't quite adding up here for me. I need to figure out what it is. So let me flip it. Maybe I can find the solution there. Oh, you got a Huion? Very nice. Huions are nice. I only ever used them once, but I hear they're a very good competitor to Adobe. Okay, so let me. So, okay. So I actually want her abdomen to come more in here. Wait, Vapor, where are you from again? Okay, there we go. So kind of comes in around there. Órale, Mexico. That's bad luck, dude. I'm sorry to hear. Well, not being from Mexico, but I mean like the taxes. Sorry to hear about that, man. But you pay it once, and that's something you're not gonna have to think about for a while. All right, there we go. So I think I got the outlines, but now I need to start establishing what's inside of it. And one thing I could do to start is I'm gonna get rid of that. That's her old hip drawing. But I'm gonna start establishing form on her skirt. So this right here is about where the skirt meets the hip. So right around there. Straight across. It's a little up. So straight across. That would be the other side. Now let's try to see where it intersects. All right. So about halfway between the straight line and the elbow is where the shirt would end up reaching its max arch. All right. So let's go ahead and draw that in. So this is kind of like an S. You'll notice I'm not tracing the reference, but I'm making markings on the reference so I can see what's happening there, which I could then replicate on my own drawing. So it's very soft S. This. And this one is sort of like that and then tapers off around there. Okay. So, boom. And then this triangle kind of comes out like this. There's a lot going on there. Let me erase that. Okay. Boom, then circles around. So all of this is going to be a separate plane I'll have to indicate with light. So all of this down here is going to be enveloped in shadow. And that's what's going to help sell the shape. Okay. So next I'm going to, well, let me think. I'm going to draw her pocket just because it helps establish the form of the jacket. All right, Scud. I'll see you later. Thanks for coming on. Thanks for coming along again. I may or may not be here when you get back, but you know, if I am, then great. If not, you have a good rest of your day. I've been using Photoshop for illustrations forever. I'm using Toon Boom for my animation, but I don't use Photoshop for animation because Photoshop for animation is like the devil. Okay. So. Okay, I can already see I've made a mistake with her blouse. So the max like arc point for where it comes around her thigh is more or less level with the tip. So I would actually have to make it more like right around there. Yeah, there we go. That. So then it would circle around like so. Okay. So this straight line that I established going from elbow to elbow is actually a good indicator for around where her hip is. So then I got that pocket I was talking about, which comes over a little like that. It's not straight across. It sort of hugs the curvature of her abdomen. It's a little smaller towards the back, a little bigger towards the front. Yeah, Vapor, that's true, man. I bought it when I had the means to actually purchase it. If I were to have to buy it right now, I would never be able to afford it. I bought it at a good time. Okay, I'm gonna do that other pocket really quick. So that's gonna be in shadow. There. So then yada yada yada. Yada 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 yada. Right. Okay, I'm gonna put some indicators for her actual hips. So it's getting a little straighter towards like the bottom here. Well, actually, let me take another look at that actual like the hip shape. So it's not straight back. It sort of straightens out here a tad. So all of this is straight. So right around here is pretty straight too. Okay. So I'm going to need to establish where her hand is. So let me do some more measurements. Let's see. So I'm seeing that there's a plane change that rides almost straight down. Plane change I'm talking about is like right here. All of that. So I'm going to indicate that it comes down almost straight from the edge of the pocket. Straight down like so. It's not meant to actually be drawn on at this point. I'm just trying to indicate it's there so I don't forget about it. So then here's where her hip would come down. Bada boom, bada bang, right? Cool. So then it comes over slightly and then down like that. Okay. So let me take another look at her hip on the other side. All this comes out too sharply down here. A little too sharply. So gently slopes outward, but not quite at such an intense angle. All right. Yeah, all of those softwares are fine. Clip Studio. I never used Krita, but I've heard it's okay. All right, once I'm done with this sketch, I'm gonna lightly erase it and then go over it again, just to kind of refine some things here and there. But okay, next thing, I'm gonna start indicating the form itself of her skirt, and I'm gonna do that using her using the wrinkles. So a lot of tension points over here. So it's like a sloping S. Okay. I'm actually going to make a little bit of a line there. Okay. All right. Okay, something's wrong. I think it is the blouse. The blouse comes up too high. Yeah, it's it comes up way too high, or it rides too low, I should say. So I'm gonna go ahead and redraw it. Okay. I'm gonna do something I should have done a while back. Let me see how many head lengths this is. So 1 head length from chin to cranium. So it's a little longer than what 1 head length. So let me go ahead and do it for Jen over here. That's about 1 head length. Oh yeah, you can see just how off that was. That was very off. It's all right though. These things happen. So if you're watching, what I realized as I was drawing was that Jen's blouse was something about the whole thing was just off. It wasn't looking right, and it was because her blouse was just riding way too low. And how I discovered that was I measured out her head and saw just how, like, how far I saw how her head like would measure against the point of her waist and the edge of the blouse, and I realized that the entire length of that was actually less than 1 head. But when I did the same thing over here, I realized it was exactly that length, which is too long. So I'm gonna change it, which means I'm gonna have to make a lot more changes than just that. But that's what we have erasers for. Okay. So go ahead and pop this screen out. Chat, I should say. Huh. I just realized this whole time you got I wish you guys had said something. I just realized I have not had music playing this whole time. There we go. Let's keep going. Okay. So what I did was I was seeing how the tip of the shoulder blade and the edge of her thumb matched up with the elbow, and I could see that it kind of like intersects directly in the middle. So I actually had to change the position of my elbow just a tad to match up with that. Okay, cool. Okay, so that's the edge of her thumb. So let's see how it actually... Ooh, here's an idea. So it intersects right below it. So the point of where her chest meets the arm, right through there. Would actually be the end of her hand. So all of that. It's almost like a triangle. Good placement. All right. So further stylize this. So I might shrink her a little. Yeah. So then we got her, but coming back here. I need to bring that further in. There we go. So I'm just trying to eyeball it at this point. So doing what I feel would be good for the silhouette. So basically all of this is a separate plane. Okay. Okay, the sketch is taking shape. Let me go and do her other hand. So I've already got placement for it. So let me start putting in her sleeve. So because I've established where her hand is, which is kind of like right here. Comes out over here, so this is about to be her wrist. So right around here at a slightly upward angle is her sleeve. Now, her arm kind of in the reference has a bit of an S to it, so I need to try to replicate that here. So I need to kind of have it go up, over, and in. But it needs to around here kind of like slope out. So boom. So let me go ahead and get rid of that. I'm gonna go ahead and just block it in symmetrically. So it comes down, straight down like here. All right. So around here is where it's going to kind of complete its so boom. And I might try to pronounce it a little bit. The main thing is I have to make sure that this arm matches up down here. Good, it does. All right, so arm spreads out a little bit around here. Comes out like that. Okay. So I'm gonna need to make changes to some of the proportions of the drawing, but for the most part, I think I actually got it locked in and sketched in. So I'm gonna actually I'm gonna draw the main shape of her hand really quick. So right here would be her other fingers. That's not. Yeah, I think this is AI. That is an ugly hand. Whatever. If I copy it, I think still got all the shapes I need. Okay, so I've got a little bit of a negative space I can use here. It's a good thing I actually have a hand pose like that. I'm actually gonna I'm gonna utilize her briefcase. Okay. So, okay. If I had known what this was, if I had taken a closer look at it, I don't know if I would have used it, but I suppose you got a point there. Thank you, Goji. I feel a little better about myself. Okay. So, Jen drawing is actually coming together. What I'm gonna do really quick is I am going to examine the reference and try to establish cross contours. I'm gonna use a different color. So let me do it here. And I'm gonna do it this way. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna copy that for when I am trying to figure out Jen's own contours. So looking at this, these are a little softer. They kind of get a little more intense as we get to the top. I'm not gonna. That's a good suggestion, Declan. I'm not gonna have her costume in this drawing. This is gonna be kind of like pre-transformation. All right. So. This is a little more straight on. Okay. Neck is pretty straight too. Where is my window for this? Cool. So, I'm gonna combine these. All right. So, I'm gonna actually go through the sketch again. I'm gonna focus more on her interior stuff. So, we have the button. Comes to a point right around here. We're just chilling, guys. Sorry if I don't have much to say at the moment. I'm kind of in drawing mode. In the future, guys, if I forget to put on music, please let me know, because I had no idea that you guys were just listening to my voice the whole time. I would have put something on for you. Yeah, I'm actually gonna give Jen a turtleneck, but a different kind of turtleneck. She would be more or less wearing red. Not like red, but more like a subdued red. A little bit of indication first turn. Platymastoides. So let me go ahead and find where her navicle would be. So right here. So okay, I knew something was a little weird. It's because I didn't actually indicate the other collar. That's because it's all foreshortened. Picture's kind of low quality, so it kind of makes me have to guess a little bit. But that's okay. Vapor, I couldn't tell you. I've never used Clip Studio, so you're gonna kind of have to use your best judgment on that one, man. Wish I was more help on that front. I've never used Clip Studio, so I have no idea how to recommend anything about it. Okay. So. Sorry, bud. Wish I had more to offer. I will say from personal experience though that having all of the features is usually a good thing, but not always necessary either. Like almost all of the features I have on Toon Boom, like I'm glad that they're there, but at present I don't use the overwhelming majority of them. So if you don't like fully, invest in like the pro version, you gotta kind of look at it and see if there's any features in there that you absolutely must have. I just don't know of any for myself for Clip Studio. It's just not my thing. Never has been. Okay, here is where the collar kind of comes up on the other side. I'm kind of having to use my best judgment on the features of her blouse and the more pixelated areas. But it's gonna be okay. I'll have to do my best and fill it in. So I can notice right now that collar wasn't riding around her neck naturally, so I fixed that. So all of this is basically going to be in shadow. Alright, cool. So you guys can see how it's kind of taken shape. I've got the sketch beneath it, and so now I'm just trying to articulate the sketch a little bit more and maybe make some corrections to it as I go. Now what I'm probably gonna do after I'm done with this next like sketch layer is I'm gonna silhouette it, and see if there's anything I might be able to change about it to make it more visually appealing. The main things that we see in any drawing are the silhouette and the value of its colors. Not the colors themselves, but the value. You get those two things right, then your drawing will be successful. I can see like little small things where I could have softened her shoulders a bit. I'm gonna do those. Make her neck a little thinner. I kind of want Jen to just kind of like, you know, be someone who, like, you know, you wouldn't mind being around her, but you wouldn't be afraid of her if she were angry either. I also kind of don't want her to be like the getting angry around anyone type, because she doesn't. How is this? It's not in her demeanor to be angry. It's in her it's in her nature to be somewhat confrontational. She's a lawyer. She has to be able to confront people on things. Otherwise, like, what would be the point of even being a lawyer? You know what I mean? But she also feels a lot of the pressure of kind of like being new to the field. And how I imagine her is she works for a firm with good people, with good lawyers, but the head of the firm is kind of a misogynistic prick, and he doesn't really like her because of the fact, like, people already know who she is because of who her cousin is. He doesn't like he doesn't like the undue attention that her cousin brings. He hired her on before he became the Hulk, like fresh out of law school, and then she gained like a bunch of celebrities, unwanted celebrity status due to her cousin, and the head of the firm doesn't like that. So he kind of treats her like crap, and it doesn't do her prospects and self-confidence much good when every like step you take for this firm is getting met with like extreme resistance. Kind of figures, you know, you put up with it a while, it'll work itself out. Or sometimes it doesn't. Alright. Her ears a little it's kind of how I stylize my ears, just putting a little more emphasis on the top of it than the bottom, but I'm gonna go. I like to give my characters like round ears. Slender sternocleidomastoid comes out behind, meets her trapezius. But since she's kind of a littler character, it's not going to be super pronounced. Okay, so I got her hair. That would come back to her little tiny bow tie. Create like her trademark bun. Okay. Making progress. The sketching phase is extremely important for obvious reasons. So I'm trying not to skimp in any way. Because the last thing I want to do is make corrections to this thing. The last thing I want to do is make corrections to this thing in the line work phase. Vapor, I wish you all the luck in that, because yeah, everyone uses Photoshop. Pretty much everybody. It's an extremely popular software, and for good reason. It's frankly the best. I've never had major problems that couldn't be overcome. There are some things about Photoshop I wish would get changed, Like the fact that there's not like a built-in perspective tool like in Pro Tools. Not Pro Tools, god dang, what's it called? That Apple one, Procreate. That is like second to none, and I love that, but Photoshop doesn't have one. You gotta kind of do it yourself using the shape tool. All right, yeah, it's starting to come together, guys. I feel a lot better about it. I feel a lot better about this drawing than I did anything else that I made yesterday. And I'm glad you guys got to experience me not totally just languish in complete and utter despair. So I thank you for that. I'm gonna take another break. I'm starting to feel my eyes get a little strained. Drink some water, get some sunlight, and I will be back in about 5 minutes. Alright, let's keep going. Marcus, thank you very much. I'm not doing that drawing though, I'm actually doing the drawing behind it. I want to have both of these images in the same picture though for a thumbnail. But with that comes just, you know, a regular drawing of Jennifer, so working on that. All right. So there we got indication of her. So I'm definitely gonna need to go through and do a analysis of her values. But for now, I'm just trying to get her overall body together. So it gets tucked in back over here. So actually I can't have her torso coming out that far because of or I can't have her torso going in that far because of her arm. It wouldn't make sense. So I gotta kind of have, because like the seam would kind of go like that, and that wouldn't match up very well down here. Might be able to sneak it in like this though. There we go. That's acceptable. All right. Yeah, once I get this done, guys, this is gonna be like stepping stone for my next cartoon. So once I get this drawing done, I'll move on to like properly getting my cartoon together, my next one. I already know what it's gonna be, but I gotta start getting like reference together and all that jazz. What I might start. I won't do it yet. I was gonna start blocking in like her major plane changes in shadow, but I'm not gonna go that far yet. I'll just kind of indicate it with some line work like that. Maybe a little less. So. Okay, so we have a point here that indicates where her shoulder comes down properly. It's also too short. It needs to be like right there. Oops. Okay, I think I solved a problem that I've been having the whole time. I always thought her arm was something about it wasn't working. I think it was because of this right here. It needs to come down and over. So boom and then down. Okay. Her chest comes up. chest coming up shouldn't meet it quite like that. It should be more like that. Which would make that well placed. Alright, cool. You guys have music, right? Yes, you do. Okay, tension point. I'm not going to draw it all right now, just to get it indicated. All right, Vapor. See you later. Thanks for coming by today. Good luck in your art. What I might actually do is shrink Jen's head. Let me just see how that would look. Alright, Edwin. Yeah, feel free to draw along with me, man. So I just want to see how this looks, because I get this feeling that something's not right with the head size. I think if I shrink it just a little bit. So let me do the same thing with her here. Okay, I feel better. Right on, right on. All right. So from the should be kind of like that. Slips upward to meet the elbow and comes to that point there. Nice. Yeah. Feel free to draw along with me. I don't have any tutorials to give, but maybe I might have some suggestions that might help yours out a little bit. For example, I've got silhouetting coming up here pretty soon. If you're not familiar with that, it might be a good idea to take a look. It's a super helpful tip. Helped me out a lot. I gotta soften that. So that's Jen's hand. So it's gonna be kind of thin. Kind of the fist like that. So then all of this. Finger, the end of her mitten. We kind of come down like this. So all of that is basically just one little mitten. This is also a finger. Okay. So all of this kind of comes down to his thumb like so. Yada. I'm gonna need to articulate her hand a bit more. Something about it still isn't right. It's like yeah. Put it in. Okay. It's got the building blocks. That's what matters. So the overall shape is fine for her hand. It's not perfect, but gets the job done. Let's see. Let's keep moving down her. Let's keep moving down here. So all of this is going to be enveloped in shadow. Yeah, silhouettes is a very useful tool. If you hang in there for about like 20 minutes, give or take, I'll show you how to do it. So we got the tension point that comes from her button. So this kind of comes up on it. Okay, so all of this is in shadow. Got a little square here. About halfway up there is where her pocket comes in. I'm not gonna do her pocket. I'm not gonna do her pocket in major detail because I don't want to articulate it so much and draw so much attention to it. Okay. So the other wrinkle of her blouse comes down here. So I've got some indicators for her torso in the shading. That's the only way I can really articulate this at present, aside from the line work. I'm not at the line work. I'm not at shading just yet, so I don't want to go too ham on the line work because some things about this drawing may change. But overall, I'm actually kind of liking how this is coming along. I am not dissatisfied. But one thing I am dissatisfied with is the placement of her glasses. I'm gonna need to change that. I don't mind her eye. It's simple. Lid curves over. Got her. There. So then we come right up the orbital. I kind of want to give her some eyebrows that they don't make her look sad, but I want her to look a little unsure. Okay. So, the edge of her glasses would be more like, you know what, I'm gonna do this on a separate layer. It'd be kind of like, there we go. And so we would hug the bridge of her nose. Just drawing the rectangle in this stage saves you a lot of headache. Trying to draw the entire glasses bit by bit can be a little tricky. Kind of want our glasses to be not super stylish. Kind of want her to be a bit of a nerdy type. Okay, cool. So we kind of come straight back. Okay. Okay, that's better. What's going on in Israel? yeah, I'm glad you find it. I'm glad you find it cool. Alright, so let me go back to the original drawing layer. So Jennifer's cheek would kind of come back like this. Right up a little. Wouldn't be that, because she's a woman, the brow wouldn't be very intense. Now, one thing I kind of need to really get squared away here is bangs. That's not something I can't believe like it is much longer. So what I'm saying is, like her bangs, I need to make a definitive shape for them. So I'm gonna do it off this way. So maybe it kind of come over. Maybe make it toward the other side that goes the other way. Okay. Well, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna at least get the hanging established. So this is the top of it, and it would come like so. We got her got the edges of her hairline here, which kind of that's okay. So let's see. So like the ball tip of her nose. There we go. She's actually coming along nicely. I'm gonna give her a... There we go. Eighth. Okay, cool. Next, I'm gonna keep moving down her arm. So, her arm, her bicep would come down here, and her contractors and extensors would come around here, and that's reflected in the wrinkles. So it's gonna come. I'm gonna go ahead and actually represent that a little more in the outline of the sleeves, while respecting the S pattern that I established. If I don't stick exactly to it, they're not going to tie me to a post and shoot me. Okay. Cool. We're going to have some indicators here for the wrinkles, but we'll burn that bridge in a minute. Okay. Her bangs here aren't actually all bad, so I might actually use them. The other one will be going the other way. don't like how it looks. So make it all straight. And then this other side will come from. There we go. So the front part of her things that come with your skull around there. Dope. Alright, I need to draw her hair. I'm gonna come back to the tension point. Okay, so because I changed her glasses a little bit, I might need to adjust hand a little bit. That would be where her finger would end up. Yeah. Alright. Moving on. So, yada yada yada. That'd be her blouse. It's over and hugs her hips. It's down a little bit in the back. Then around here. Touches down and comes up. Darkest up here. This helps indicate depth. One of my favorite shading techniques, I don't use it very often, but I do love it when I do physical, is hatching. Hatching is like the best. Alright, so... I'm gonna play around with Jennifer's shape here a little bit. So I'm actually gonna make it out a little more and come in. And then for the other side, actually rotate it a little bit like that. So all of this section. I just kind of want to do one thing. I'm just gonna block in very loosely. Areas where it would be darker. So I'm actually gonna do something kind of cool. So when you guys are studying reference, the main thing that we are looking for when we're talking about shading is we're looking for value differences. So if we're looking at my reference right here, you can see there are value differences. They're relatively easy to spot in some areas. Oh, that is my phone. It's relatively easy to spot in some areas, but harder to spot in others. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna actually get rid of all of the stuff surrounding my reference, so that way she's just against a plain white backdrop. I'll probably just take a minute to do that. Try not to go too far outside of them, the lines I mean. I would try to I would use the magic wand tool and just select all of the stuff outside of her skin, but the picture is so pixelated. It's not gonna work. That's my usual go-to technique, but it's just not gonna work in this case. Her chin looks a little funky. Whatever it is. How you doing, Tiger? I'm talking about oh shoot, that was the wrong key. I'm talking about colors or value studies right now. So what I'm saying right now is I'm getting rid of all of the gray area and all the background surrounding my reference, because I'm going to do a value study. And I'm going to roughly place on my drawing of Jen areas of, like, blocking in areas of shading. And I'm gonna remove the background behind my reference, so that way my eye doesn't get lost in unnecessary stuff when I'm studying. So bear with me just a moment. I am getting this squared away right now. That's why I prefer like higher quality reference. I mean, everyone should, but a little bit of extra work. It's not like the end of the world. So all of this, obviously, like her ponytail isn't part of the drawing that I did for Jen, but I'm still not gonna mess with it. I'm still gonna utilize the outline as it is. All right. Yeah, it's called the magic wand tool, and it could have worked. The only problem is, with all the pixelation going on, it very likely would have seeped into the character, because a lot of those pixelations were actually blending in very, very closely. And that's because of the pixelation. So sometimes when that happens, I'll just do it myself. All right, so now I can look at the reference, all right, without the interference of the background. And I can see where the value changes are. If I want to make it a little easier, I can duplicate my reference layer and increase the levels. I'll show you how to do that really quick. Select. All right, here we go. So, where's the damn thing? All right, so you're gonna go to Image, Adjustments, and then Levels. And then we got this input levels right here. You kind of want to eliminate any negative space on either side of this little graph right here. It's tough to explain in a nutshell, but what I like to do is kind of like just drag it to where, like, you know, the values start to increase. Then over here, I'll do the same thing, right? So once I've done that, you can see a lot clearer where the value changes are on the reference, right? So I'm not quite, like, you know, in the shading phase yet, but I might block them in anyway. So I've got a lot of value kind of over here, writing her butt and kind of coming over like this. Got a lot of it right here. It's gonna get a little lighter down this way. Let's see. So all of this down here is in shadow. All of this, most of this, all of that. Pretty much everything back here, in here, over here. Everything riding down back here. Half of her arm coming down like this. But you guys getting the gist, right? the other side of her chest over here. Yada yada yada. Basically, I'm just doing this for the entire drawing because then, like, you know, her values start to define kind of like, you know, how we perceive her body. But I've got the basis for it, so that's okay. I still got to do her hand. So I'll leave that alone for now. Kind of getting to the point where I'm going to start silhouetting. Part of me almost doesn't want to, but it could do nothing but good. So I'm going to do it. Okay, so I'm looking at her hand in the reference and the hand that I drew, and I can see the relationship between the sleeve and the hand is disjointed. So if you look at mine, the edge of my sleeve comes down almost to a straight line to meet the edges of her thumb, right? But over here, it's at a much like it's more angular. I would be looking at something more like this when I'm drawing her hand. I would want to have her hand kind of leaning over this way. Actually, even more than that, kind of like this. So yeah, her hand placement was totally off. So let me get rid of that. And actually get her hand in properly. Save often, save always, by the way, in case you guys have forgotten. So boom, got the wrists coming out to meet the line I established for Jennifer's thumb. Then put like a circle here to indicate where her thumb is. Here's where her other fingers come out behind. Okay, so right around. Okay, thumb joint. Okay, so right around here is actually where her thumb is. So right around here is. Well, you've missed a little. I'm not done yet, but we're getting there. I blocked in some of the shading for Jen. Not a whole lot, but just a little bit. To kind of get that ball rolling. So this is actually going to be her other finger that kind of comes down like this. So this is actually going to be where her knuckles come out. Slip into them. Abruptly come in. Okay. Okay. That hand kind of sucks. But also zoom in and it's not draw so damn small. Let's see. It's okay, the hand's not perfect. It just needs to function. wrist. Oh, that would be an elegant shadow. And these would be her other fingers. Okay. Okay. Not terrible. It'll use a little more articulation, but I'm gonna draw her briefcase coming down here. Now, obviously, since we're in perspective a little bit here, might be, well, if it were over here, it'd be kind of like that. But since we're down here, it'd be kind of more like that. There we go. Cool. Okay. So, what I'm going to do now, let's bring that up because that's way too low. Da, 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 da. Okay. Oh, I totally missed that. All right, so now I'm gonna silhouette this this drawing. So silhouetting is what it sounds like. All you do is you create a silhouette out of the lines that you've drawn. So I'm gonna go ahead and do that, and you'll see the purpose for it in a minute. But I'm gonna do it like this, save some time. I'm going to select the area around Jen, and then I'm going to taper it. Ah, damn it. And then fill it in. Damn it. Just find any areas where it is blatantly not going inside the lines. That. Over here would be more like that, yeah. Boom. Okay. Actually, this needs to be done as well. Just forgot. I'll fix that. So select, expand, do it by 2, and I'll, let's see, select, modify, smooth, I'll do it by 2 pixels. Alright, great. So I'm gonna do it in black. Oh, wrong side. Select, oops. So let me go ahead and make some changes. So what you guys are probably noticing is that I have silhouetted the entire drawing of Jennifer, right? Now, the reason I've done this is because I want to see what the drawing overall actually looks like, all right? When I say what it actually looks like, I'm talking about the overall shapes of Jennifer. Forgetting about the details inside of her, we're forgetting about the shading, we're forgetting about all that jazz. We're just seeing what she overall looks like if we were to view her totally in shadow. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to keep my original, right? So that way, in case I make a really big screw up, I can always come back to it. But I'm going to play around with the silhouette a little bit. And I'm going to start erasing some edges, almost like I'm sculpting a picture. Or I'm sculpting a like a clay model, right? So I'm gonna make sure I have my line work available, just that way I know what's happening up there, and see if I can make some changes, right? So what I might do, I might alter this part. I'm gonna use a hard-edged eraser. Hard-edged eraser, and I'm gonna separate features on her silhouette, so that way I can attempt to make the silhouette look nicer. I'm gonna use a smaller brush. Okay. You shouldn't have any questions about what's going on with the drawing. And one of the main things that leads to confusion is bad silhouettes. Happens all the time. I'm guilty of it. So this process, silhouetting, can help you clear things up. If you can tell what something or what a character is doing in a silhouette, then your drawing will succeed. Okay, so I might actually make it skinnier. Okay, so now the color can be a little more articulated. So yeah, consider again that silhouetting is kind of like sculpting. We're just refining those edges. Okay, so let's strengthen that. So you can see already that these little minor changes are making Jen's silhouette a little clearer. There's a lot of lumpiness going on. So I might actually increase the space between Jen's chin and her collar. It never hurts to flip the drawing. Okay. So I don't like how thick Jennifer's fingers are. So I might take a moment to shrink those a tad. And in turn, shrink her wrist. Now this comes down well enough, but this stuff over here is making it a little weird to tell what's happening. So I need to separate where her gloved fingers come down to meet her wrist. Or where they come down to meet her fist, I should say. And then separate the fist itself. Draw that in just a little more. Alright. Paste it in. Alright. And then overall thinner arm. Okay. So you guys can get the gist of what I'm doing. I'm refining the shapes to make it look more visually pleasing. Edwin, have you gotten anything useful out of the silhouette discussion so far? If you're still here. So all of this is a little weird. Yeah, I knew something was messed up. So I'm just gonna go ahead and fix that on its own. There. Okay, still, that doesn't look right at all. Not even a little bit. What did I do wrong? So let me get rid of the outline. So let me figure out what I messed up here. There we go. So then this kind of angles over to meet it. Great. Oh, we need a little more arch. Yeah, her arm's looking a little nicer, a little clearer. Yeah, I'm going over silhouettes in case you wanna try it out. All I did was I created a silhouette of my line work, and I'm going through and I'm making small adjustments to it to see what changes I can make to make the silhouette clear. Okay, so something's getting lost in translation here. What makes a good silhouette is how well you can understand what's going on inside of it. So if your silhouette like has understandable shapes and you can pick up what's happening, that's a good silhouette. A bad silhouette is it looks lumpy and you can't quite make out what's going on. Okay. So I'm kind of working through mine, so give me a little bit. if you have any questions about that, feel free to ask. So. Don't necessarily need to rely on the reference too much at this point for silhouetting. I might just try to eyeball it. But I kept the original just in case I screw it up. Okay. So... Just working through it bit by bit. That's all. So then once I'm satisfied with the silhouette, I'll re-enable the line work and make adjustments. I don't want to go too crazy with it though. As long as I can tell like that's a woman in a business suit, then I'll have done my job. I feel like I still just want something else here. Let me work bigger and see if I can whittle it down. I like that better. Yeah, it's okay if I make little stylization changes to her body. She is only a cartoon. There. Yeah, I dig it. Let's see. So her hands is a little on the big side. Probably change that. All right. Okay, that's actually not bad. Let's compare it to how it looked before I started. So let me get all the parts that I want in there. All right, so this is my silhouette. This is what I decided. This is what I decided to use, right? That's the original. This is the new one. Original, new one. Original, new one. Little tiny changes that just allow me to, you know, to refine the silhouette. On looking at this just black blotch, the edges aren't only smoother, but the shapes are slightly altered. They're not major changes, right? But they're enough to where you can see the difference. Like in the arm, for example, I slightly shrank her wrist. I also shrank her neck a little bit. I made a lot of changes to her hip area. So you can see what we have there, and you can see what we ended up with. Overall, just a more visually pleasing shape. And not just visually pleasing, but just easier to understand. So, what I'm going to do now yeah, I pronounced her hips a little more because I just kind of wanted to. All right. So, this is where things can get a little tricky. I made all those changes to the silhouette, but now I got to adjust the outline of the line work to fit that. So, the same way I just did a bunch of sculpting for the silhouette, I got to do sculpting for the line work now. So, I'm going to keep things simple. I will keep my main layers together. So that's my blocking. Alright, so these are my originals. So sketch, OG, Silo. So I'm gonna duplicate the line layer, or the sketch layer. Now I'm gonna start adjusting the line work to fit the silhouette. I'm gonna have to do a lot of push and pull to make that happen. All right. So all of that. I'm actually gonna do this over that one, but I'm gonna do it with a different color, slightly darker. Just that way I can tell where the new lines are. I'm actually going to do it in purple. So that right there was just a plain old mistake, but I'll leave it alone. Okay, so all of this, I'm gonna turn this opacity down a little more. Turn this. Now I can more clearly see where the edges are. One thing I'm gonna tackle really quick, just to because I know it's gonna be a thing. I'm gonna work on that hip area because I made the most substantial changes there. And I'm gonna need to make adjustments to the wrinkles to have it work. But what I do know is that her chest ends up being like this. So not quite as pronounced a chest. Don't want to make too many alterations at this stage. I don't want to second guess my my silhouette work. So I'm just gonna stick to it and trust that I made the right call. Okay. So what I'm gonna do after this is all like said and done is I'm gonna delete all of the line work outside of these lines. Okay, so gonna need to bring that over like this. Thank you, CJ. Yeah, proportions are everything. So that's something that a lot of artists could use a little more time in practicing. A lot of artists I see online who draw SheHulk. I see a lot of beginning artists try to draw SheHulk, and proportions are usually one of the first things that suffer. I actually don't like the proportions that I did for my first cartoon, the sign. I'm actually a little... I cringe every time I look at that cartoon, because it was just so blatantly like, I did not give her enough attention to her body shape. I didn't expect the cartoon to blow up the way it did. Okay, so since this is hugging her hips, I'm gonna have to actually reduce this over here. So more come down, kind of like that. Yeah, that's just kind of one of those changes I gotta make, based on the silhouette changes. That said, the dip right here that signifies her skirt going beneath her shirt. I'm gonna need to make that a little shallower, but keep that there. Thank you, plastic. You're awesome sauce. So there's that pronounced hip. Go that exact with the line, but whatever. Okay. I'm gonna take a quick break, guys. Give me 5. I am going to go get some air and drink some water. So just to show you what character I'm working on, yes. I kind of like these before and after things. Right, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I'm letting the water kind of cool down. I had to put a bunch of water in the fridge, but once it cools down a little bit, I am going to drink some more of that. All right, let's do this. Where the hell's my getting earbuds? Damn it. I'll be right back, guys. I forgot my earbud container in the car. Saul Goodman, because Jennifer Lawrence sucks. Edwin, yikes, man. That's a very hard. It's an easy question to answer, but it's a hard task to accomplish. Facial proportions. Well, A, are you using reference? Because if you use reference, that makes your job a lot simpler. It would help. But the other thing to do, that would be my main piece of advice. Get reference and copy it. But other than that, you're gonna need to take some time and practice drawing portraiture. Edwin, I'm gonna give you a piece of advice, dude. Don't strive for that. It's good to be able to do it in a pinch when you're like sketching, but don't strive for drawing without reference. I have been drawing for a long time. I have people who work in the industry. No one does it without reference. Everyone uses reference. Like the best among us use reference of some kind. So when you're drawing is like this. I think I actually mentioned it yesterday, but I'll mention it again. Drawing is a test of your knowledge. It's a test of what you know about from life, what you've observed, and how well you're able to interpret it and remember it. if you don't know it extremely intimately, you can't draw it from memory. I'm not saying that you never will be able to, but just you're really setting yourself up for a lot of anger, a lot of frustration. Like yesterday, this picture I'm drawing right now, dude. I'm almost embarrassed to show you guys what I made yesterday, but I tried doing it without reference, and it was okay, but I hated it. I hated it so much that I tossed out the entire thing. I don't recommend trying to draw without reference, dude. In fact, I would actually strive for the opposite. Try to strive to collect as much reference as you possibly can. Yeah, that's basically the idea. You draw as much as you can from reference until you kind of get a feel for it, until you learn what it is you're drawing, and then you do it enough times. Yeah, you could probably do it without reference, but even if you can do it without reference, I can do this without reference, but it would look a hell of a lot worse. So I highly suggest you don't strive for that. Kind of like Sag saying, it's not worth it, man. All right. Being able to draw from without reference is a nice-ish goal, but that's not what drawing really is. Drawing is more about observation. So yeah, dude, be nice to yourself and don't do that. I would highly discourage that. Okay. Let me go ahead and get the oops, wrong there. Just finish this up. Yeah, no problem, Edwin. Just remember that drawing is observation. Those animations that I did recently, like the sign and the sandbag, I actually did both of those without reference. I did get some references for some poses that I needed a little bit extra help with, but I did that all without reference. I wouldn't do it again. I'm not gonna do that again on my next one. I'm going to actually collect proper reference for my cartoon, so that way I don't have to focus so much on figuring out how to draw it so much as what I'm going to draw. My hope is the cartoon, my expectation, I know this is gonna happen. The cartoon's gonna look a lot better. So, okay, that's good. Let me do this. So I'm gonna go ahead and grab everything outside of those lines. Yeah, it's like Sag said as well. Like you don't learn that. You waste a lot of time if you're not using reference. You're not learning nothing, and you're kind of stagnating. Okay. So I've got my silhouette done, and I've got my line work developing. But now that I've adjusted the silhouette, I can notice I've got some inconsistencies here. I'm gonna go ahead and fix those. So what I'm going to need to do is adjust the wrinkles that I drew to accommodate her her revised form here. And I'm going to do that on the rough sketch layer that I have here. All right. So I'm gonna utilize the sketch OG layer, and I'm gonna start making those wrinkles again. And I'm gonna be utilizing the further contrasted reference. So let's go ahead and do some drawing. So let me go ahead and grab this guy. Okay. So, here's her button. So all of this is still an S. I might adjust the lines a little bit over here so it's not just totally straight. So, let me see about this. So this actually will have to come more like that, since her hips are riding a little wider, which would mean that would actually be more like this. So come over. Yeah, I wasn't a fan of the silhouette as we just drew it straight from the reference, so I wanted to make her look a little more hippie, so I figured why not. So, all of this is gonna be so I'm looking kind of where it was placed on the original reference, and I'm adapting it to her form here. So I'm gonna make them a little wider since her hips are a little wider at this section. Okay. So I might actually do this. Okay, so that's not getting too changed from the reference. And this is kind of gonna come out and do that. It's not gonna take away from the silhouette so much, but it adds a little more variety to her blouse. All right. So let's go ahead and add a little more. This is where her shirt rides over the part of her skirt that starts to angle away from us. I'm happy to hear that, man. AI sucked the wind out of a lot of us, you know, it hasn't completely taken over yet. There's still a lot of people out there, like, you know, I'm not gonna pat my own back. There's still a lot of excellent animators out there who do this for a living, who aren't gonna stop anytime soon because of AI. I highly recommend you get back into drawing again if you're thinking about it. if you ever need you ever want any help, anything, or if you need any thoughts or feedback on what you do, feel free to come in and let us know. Okay, huge mistake. This just how does this happen? So here's that S, right? So the top of her pocket should be like right there. There we go. I'm sorry you got depressed. I hope things are okay. Depression is not something to joke about. Not something to take lightly. So, all right, cool. Right. Our pockets are a little off, but I don't think anyone's gonna shoot me for that. Okay, so I'm gonna add That's true, Edwin. You guys want to know something kind of funny? I'm actually not a huge fan of drawing. I never much cared for it. It's not like something I just do because it excites me. It's work. Alright, so all this shadow. She's starting to look a lot nicer, I think. My goal is I want to have this done early tomorrow. I gotta give myself time to properly develop it. Hey man, I'm glad you enjoy it, man. There's something pretty great about being able to create something out of nothing and do it well. So I comprehend, and I agree. It is a nice thing. So I'm going to. I need to articulate this, so this comes down. Sort of does this. Right. That's her collar. And the other end of it comes over and across. So it kind of like rides down. And this kind of comes over to meet it. So this is kind of the space where her clavicle is. Here's her sternocleidomastoid. So all of this is going to be her turtleneck. Okay. Let me see. Yeah, you can see how this didn't come into play everywhere. Now that I made that silhouette change. Some of it did though. want to change the. Oh, come on! Don't do this to me. God dang it! I gotta restart Photoshop. It's kind of bugging out. Give me 1 second. Breathe air. I vehemently disagree with you. I apologize. I hope that day never comes that 2D animation is made easier for people that don't actually study for it. You can do it. It takes effort. It's not something you can just jump into willy-nilly. I thought it was when I first started out, but when I realized I was wrong, I didn't want to rely on, tools of that nature to make it easier. I studied for it. So, I'm sorry, you're wrong. Who the hell's Andrew Tate? I kind of like this drawing. What do you guys think? I totally am on the wrong screen. I apologize. Here we go. I kind of like this. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know who Andrew Tate is. Let me look that dude up. Also, Andrew Tate. I'm sorry, Tiger. Is there a joke there? I don't quite get it. I'm sorry. All right. So I'm probably gonna do this. Oh, is he one of those, he's one of those, huh? You saying he's a fan of mine? Draw this in. What's wrong with vapes? Here, I'm gonna do the middle first. Yeah, vapes are not good for you. But I smoke cigars, so I'm not gonna talk. Say magnets. I hope you're not doing anything Breaking Baddy. Yeah, I don't recommend vaping to anyone if you guys are thinking about it. It's not a good habit, or smoking of any nature, really. It's definitely not good for you. Okay, so don't be knocking on vaping so much. Any adult who like wants to do it just because they like it. I mean, that's okay. But a kid shouldn't be enough. I just don't recommend it. All right. So let me figure out. Let me figure out some lighting. After I do this. Yeah, DeviantArt's a weird place, man. When this is all over, I'll show you guys the version I did yesterday. It's really abysmal. As soon as my confidence is restored that I can draw properly. All right. So let me make some slight erasures. Yeah, DeviantArt didn't used to be that way though. It used to be like the go-to place for posting your artwork, but now it's all just like fetish stuff. Fetish stuff and AI. You can be the judge of that seg once I show it to you. I despise it. I hate it so much. Okay. So I think I'm gonna be able to start doing the line work now. But in about 30 minutes, I gotta step out, so I can start making dinner. Let's see. that's good. So what I'm gonna do now is I'll merge these all together. Merge these guys. I'm gonna cheat and make this lens over here just pure white. But what I'm gonna do right now is I'm actually going to I'm gonna do some line work. I was wondering if maybe I can get away with not doing it and just sticking with this, but no, I'm gonna stay consistent. I'll keep doing things the way I've been doing them. All right, line work. So let's see, 7. So 7 for the exterior. What am I even doing? Why am I making this so small? All right, reference. You are done for now. Jesus. She does. I just haven't drawn them in. So I'm gonna go ahead and group this. Okay. That was all the contours I used for the reference. That's the line work there. All right, cool. All right, here we go. So 7 for the exterior. I'll do like 5 for the interior. So I'm going to assume that the light comes from the front going towards her. I'll probably make some adjustments to her facial expression just to add some more oomph to it. Like here, let me darn it, where's my goddamn flash drive? Here it is. I'm gonna add some more details to like her eyes, so that way they don't just look, you know, like little lines. I'm gonna copy other artists, see how they do it, and see how I can implement it. Yeah, no, I'm vehemently against them trying to do 2D animation. They're gonna try to touch everything, and that's why we have a bunch of strikes going on right now. The same way that actors are trying to protect their voice work, we're trying to protect animators. So a bunch of artists right now are striking down in LA because of all this nonsense. All right. So let me go ahead and do Jennifer's eyes. So I got some references right next to me, and I got my model. So boom. I'm actually going to use a smaller brush here. So that comes up. this comes over. Didn't mean for that. I try not to go too crazy on the eyelashes. That's not something I particularly focus on. So let me go ahead and do her people. Okay. So then, because it's in perspective, we got a little bit of this. You generally don't want to have little artifacts hanging around like this guy over here, so give them some attention when you're drawing them in. Okay. So right around here is where we're going to have that. So I'm not going to draw her glasses on this layer. I'm going to do that on a different layer. So we got her other eyebrow here. Got points. Breath, air. I oppose all forms of AI, period. I think people who utilize them for any purpose at all, for like, well, I've heard of this one thing where like someone tried to use it to help with coding, but even then, you don't, it's the same concept I use for why would you use AI to help out with a drawing? Coding itself is not just a machine thing. You have to have a human touch in there to figure out solutions to make the computer code. Artwork is it's someone's visual representation of how they see the world. That includes backgrounds. So, I oppose all forms of AI. I think people who use them should be ashamed of themselves. But generally, people who use AI are shameless anyway, so. I'll make this a little bigger. Luckily not a last minute time, so oops. So I'm gonna stick with one line thickness for the entire thing, and then I'll come back and adjust it for the areas enveloped in darkness. Yeah, AI quote unquote artwork is an abomination. There are those who want to use the argument that Well, you know, it's like the same thing when digital artwork came around. It's not reinventing the wheel. It's just adding a new cog to artwork that will make artwork more accessible to other people. I reject that argument. I reject it 1,000%. Artwork is accessible to everyone. Everyone can draw it, but a few people have extra talent. But there are those who take the time to truly learn it. It's accessible if you allow it to be. Just taking a little shortcut that just like allows you to bypass years of technique, like training, like that's disgusting. Digital artwork is the same. It does offer a lot of advantages versus physical. Like 2D animation in a physical sense is a nightmare. Digital makes it so much easier to actually apply your technique and your skill in an art form that generally would have required a team to do, or a lot more resources. But in the end, it still takes skill. AI, there is no skill. You put in a word in a generator and then you want to act like it's yours? Give me a break. Hey, we're on my favorite part of all artwork. Yeah, like take away my computer and I could still draw. I'll still draw pictures. I can still animate. I don't need a computer to do this. But having a computer definitely makes life easy. Alright, Tiger. Well, you have a good evening, alright? Stay safe. Would you guys feel betrayed if I told you a computer was doing all of this? I'm just watching it work. Thank you very much, Sam. God, I really hate this part. Well, I guess I wouldn't blame you for being upset. But you know what I'd do then? I'd just call you guys a bunch of, what do you call them, gatekeeper? I call you guys gatekeepers. What, you don't like it that there's new kids in town? That your precious art community isn't exclusive? It never was. You could come in at any point. I'm gonna draw her glasses really quick. Dude, if I could pass this part off to anyone, like I would totally do it. You know, I was accused of having autism once. For all I know, the dude could be right. I never got tested. I think I might have told you guys this already, but try to avoid smoothing tools when you're drawing. It doesn't help you. Well, I mean, if you're trying to learn anyway. All right, hey, I'm starting to feel a little restless. I'm gonna take a quick break. My eyes are starting to feel a little, like, you know, strained. So I'm gonna take a little break, guys. It might be a prolonged break, probably about 10 minutes. So if you want to stick around, Cool. If not, you know, you're always free to leave. I'm not stuck here. But yeah, let me get this up, and I kind of like seeing them together. I think her eye is in the wrong spot. I've been kind of looking at it, and I'm like, I don't like where her eye is. Probably more like right there. That's better. Okay, that's a lot better. All right, I'll be back, guys. Hey guys, just for simplicity's sake, I'm actually gonna cut the stream today. It's good where it is. I'm gonna work on it some more, but I'm gonna do it off the record. I got a bunch of stuff I gotta do, and I don't want to keep you guys waiting for for that long. So okay, I gotta go. I will see you guys in the next one. All right, this will be done probably today. I'm kind of liking it. So thank you guys for coming along and chatting. Keeping me company. I hope you guys that were looking to learn something about silhouetting and whatever learned something. And yeah, to hell with AI. I'll see you guys later.